tata ki tai, ana, ate, kura, he kio, he huka, he hu, tihe, muri ora, ka pai. I declare the meeting open, so welcome everybody to the meeting. Let me, or Alessi, know if you're going to leave the meeting. Now, the plan this morning is we'll have open the council meeting. We've got a public participant to speak to us. Then we will adjourn the meeting and we'll hand over to, after a brief adjournment, to the City Strategy and Delivery Committee, chaired by Councillor Abdulrahman. So, before we do that, are there any apologies? I've received none. No, we're all here, good. I have no announcements, regrettably. Not that nothing important is happening, very important things are happening, I just have nothing to announce at this point. Are there any conflict of interest declarations to make? None? All right, I'll turn to the minutes of the last meeting, the meeting of the 30th of April. I'll move that those meetings, having been circulated, be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Compton. I'll put that motion. Now vote. That motion is carried. Thank you. There are no items not on the agenda. Now I have time for public participation. I invite Guy Nuns to address the meeting. Guy, just speak at the lectern. Thank you. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today from the podium of truth. I am very, very anxious today. You may not notice it by my demeanour, but I am very, very frightened for the taxpayer, the ratepayer of Wellington City. All of Wellington City, all 400,000 of us. Today before you, you have the opportunity to be brave and courageous and say, let's postpone our action on Te Akiwai because the consultation process was too short. It didn't take into account the apathy, maybe, of the public, the distractedness of the public that's out there that doesn't think maybe that council affairs are their purview. But we all know now it absolutely is. People are waking up now to the reality. From Porirua City to out the back of Lyell Bay, that their rates are going to double in 3 years and probably triple in less than 10, maybe 7. Now that's not my view, that's what we're being told. When was the last time that council got any estimate right? I'm picking at the moment maybe 9 times out of 10 estimates are wrong and always on the wrong side of wrong. I am very worried as a 4th generation Wellingtonian with my son here today and his children in this electorate. 6 generations. And here I am thinking, maybe, Ben, this is the last of it. Maybe I'm going. Maybe I can't stay here. Maybe I'm going to be bankrupted in my own home. And this is a man who's actually got a reasonable income by average standards. How are the people feeling who are asset rich and cash poor? How are the first-time home owners feeling? that they've bought $1 million house in an overinflated market and now all of a sudden it's worth $700,000 if they're lucky, and their rates are doubling and tripling. This will kill this beautiful city. Now, I may come across, Mr. Mayor, as an angry man, but I can be conciliatory and I can work in with anybody. But I think you must agree with me today. This city is absolutely on the point of being unviable because it's no longer affordable. You're a Labour man. I've never voted Labour in my whole life, but I beg you, as a man that says that you're for the poor and for the working class, please, I beg of you, listen to me. This is going to kill this city. So, I'll just make this final point. I think you've got where I'm coming from. I'm just going to make this final point to every single one of you. Nicola, I'm talking to you too. I want you guys to put this off for just 1 year. You've made your plan, that's fine. The plan can change, can't it? Let's have 1 more year of consultation and let's come to the right decision. Because if we don't, we're gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nuns. Still have 30-odd seconds left. Do any councillors have a question for Mr. Nuns? No, but appreciate you taking the time, Mr. Nuns, and making the effort to be here and hear your points. And look, we will get to that item on the agenda. Consider very carefully the information before us and the points that you have raised as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now going to adjourn the meeting, and we'll have a brief adjournment, and Councillor Abdul Rahman will take the chair.
Everyone to today's City Strategy and Delivery Committee meeting. Please let me or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. Morning tea will be around 10:30. Please be advised we will be voting to move into public excluded session for the final item on the agenda. The reason for the public exclusion is to allow the Council to continue negotiations with prejudice or disadvantage. As we have just opened council with Karakia, we will move in straight into apologies. Any apologies for the meeting today? None. Conflict of interest declaration. If I call on members to declare any conflict of interest that they might have in relation to the item on the agenda. None. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that City Strategy and Delivery Committee approve the minutes of City Strategy and Delivery Committee meeting held on 7th of May 2026, having been circulated, that they have been taken, read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Compton. I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded, for a vote. Carried. There are no items on the agenda. Public participation, there is none. Now I will be reordering the agenda in accordance with Standing Order 19.1. We will consider the agenda in the order on your screen, which is 2.2 first, Tiakiwai, Tiakiwai transfer agreement. Now I invite Margot to the podium to introduce the paper. While Margot is coming, I just want to wish the Muslim community who's celebrating today Eid al-Adha, happy Eid to all Muslim community in Wellington, and that is a celebration of legacy of Prophet Abraham. I also wish happy Africa Day to African community in New Zealand who celebrated Africa Day on May 25. This was started in 1963 to unite the whole Africa, and thus they are part of our community. They're celebrating, so happy Africa Day, happy Eid al-Adha to all. Margot, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou. This paper today seeks approval to enter into a transfer agreement with Tiakiwai Limited. In May 2025, Council agreed to establish a jointly owned water service organisation with 4 partner councils. That cohort will service the Wellington metropolitan area. Since that time, several other decisions have been taken that further support the decision to establish Tiakiwai. The decision before you today is the final legal step to give effect to these decisions. A decision to transfer to Tiakiwai will see Council's water services assets, infrastructure, debt and revenue transfer to Tiakiwai for 1 July. As a result of that, Wellington City Council will be a shareholder council in Tiakiwai, and will no longer own the assets or have responsibility for the day-to-day delivery of 3 water services. In addition to seeking a decision on the transfer, the paper also seeks your agreement to enter into a number of service agreements that will support the transfer of and continuity of water services delivery to the community. The decision to approve the transfer is necessary to meet the requirements of the Local Government Water Services Act and to give effect to the commitments that were made in the Joint Water Services Delivery Plan that was approved by Department of Internal Affairs in October last year. A decision to delay or not progress with the transfer today would carry significant financial, legal and reputational risk for both Wellington City Council and our 4 partner councils. I will keep it short and sweet, Chair, and thank you for that opportunity to introduce the paper and hand back to you for.
Kia ora, councillors. Any question for Margot? Thank you, Mayor Little.
So it might be kind of trivial by comparison, and really just a general thing. In the draft agreement itself, in many of the clauses, there were reference to clauses, but with a multi-digit number in front of it. Is that a drafting issue? Because it didn't. The reference to multi-digit numbered clauses didn't relate to the rest of the document. I'm just curious to know what the story is there.
I will need to have a look at that, Mayor, but I think it will just be an admin error as we have transferred the paper and then renumbered because there are many layers of bullets and numberings in certain instances. So would you like us to look into that at the moment for you?
It's really just noting it. It just, when I was reading it, it was difficult to cross-reference because it wasn't quite clear what the clause was referring to.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find an example now. I highlighted a few of them, but just note that it made it difficult to read the document easily. That was all.
Understood. Thank you.
Paul Kelly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to see the answer of what you've asked, if that's okay.
Yeah, if you look at for example, in the interpretation section, the definition of arbitration notice refers to clause 1034502.1.0b.
Yeah.
There is no clause.
Yeah, potentially that could be
1034502.1.
an issue. I think it's easier to clear it up now.
Well, it just means those erroneous references have to be replaced with the actual clause numbers. That was.
Pōiwi Kelly, so yes, that's not something we're able to remedy here and now, but it is something we will need to reflect before our final is presented for signature, yes.
Cool. I think that's going to be part of the editorial things, and happy to get involved. Okay, any other questions? Deputy Mayor McNulty.
So this is more just to address some of the chatter in the wider ecosphere. So I can obviously know the names of the questions, but can you just confirm, is Mayor Perizet or Mayor Little or any of the mayors on the board of directors of Te Aki Wai?
I can confirm, no, they are not. The legislation precludes any elected member from being on the board.
And they obviously sit on a partnership committee that sits above this. Are any of them remunerated for that role in the partnership committee?
No.
Cool, thank you.
That is all part of their role as the elected official of the respective council.
Cool, thank you, Margot.
I don't see any more questions. Oh, Pōiwi Kelly, do you have one more?
I don't know if this is the right place to ask this question, but in the public participation just recently, the participant asked if we could delay this a year. And last night it was brought to my attention that the original terms, or what was arranged to happen, was that settlement was to transfer 1st of July 2027. Can you confirm was that the case? And if it was, why did we rush it?
So if I may start with the legislation provided the provision that transfers, if a water organisation like Te Aki Wai was to be set up, that it could have until 1 July 2027. So that is in the legislation. The intent of the Wellington Metropolitan arrangement has always been to be a leader in this space and to establish in July 2026. That has been the intent all the way along, and that has always been a part of the decisions that Council has been asked to make. It has always been flagged as July 2026, so a year earlier than what the legislation allows for.
Thank you for that answer. I kind of feel a bit like I didn't do enough due diligence now, though, because I don't ever remember it being said that we had a choice, that it was 1/2026 or 1/2027. But thank you for that clarity.
Mayor Little.
Just in regard to that, it's correct. The legislation requires councils joining together for a water organisation to file a water services delivery plan with the Secretary of Internal Affairs, which, if approved, the councils must then comply with. Did the water services delivery plan stipulate 1 July 2026 commencement date?
Yes, it did, and preceding that as well, the community consultation we undertook in early 2025 also articulated July 2026.
Deputy Mayor McNulty. I'm going. Councillor Matua, apologies.
That's all right. Just to clarify, if there were to be any delay by decision of this committee, my understanding is that we would not have any ability to rate. We can't rate to cover water costs in the next year, and also there would essentially be nobody to do the work, given that Wellington Water, the staff who do the work, are going to be transferred to Te Aki Wai.
So basically, if you can include it a wider way, if we don't vote today in favour of this paper, what would be the consequence, including the rates striking?
So the report you have in front of you articulates the options you have of to agree the transfer or not agree, and some of the risks and considerations for you as if you were to not agree the transfer today. But to summarise those, first of all, Wellington City Council, we have amended our long-term plan, and in that amendment that was undertaken last year, we anticipated the establishment of Te Aki Wai, and so water services and water funding has been removed. So in answer to Councillor Matthew, or the first part of Councillor Matthew's question, that is correct. We would not be able to strike a rate. If the decision was to not approve the transfer today or to delay it, we need to bear in mind that what we have committed to government is a joint arrangement with 4 other councils, and that if any council were to choose to delay, and that might include Porirua, who are taking their decision this morning as well, so if any one of those councils were to take that decision, it would impact all 5 councils. And so I would recommend we need to bear that in mind in the conversations we have today, because it's not just ourselves, it is across the metropolitan partnership.
Just an answer to my second question. Who would actually run water?
Yes, we would need to explore that, because Councillor Matthews, in your question, you mentioned that Wellington Water employees would transfer to Te Aki Wai. That's not necessarily the case either, because if all 5 councils don't strike the transfer, then I'm not entirely sure that Te Aki Wai could be established. Therefore, they wouldn't be in existence for Wellington Water people to transfer. So we would actually, I think, find ourselves in quite a pickle as to the continuation of water services. Yeah.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Again, just wider ecosphere chatter. If the council was to seek an injunction in establishing Te Aki Wai residents, they would have to go to the Minister, Simon Watts. Simon Watts has personally, in his role of minister, signed off on the establishment of Te Aki Wai, reviewed the water services delivery plan, and assumedly been briefed by DIA on our intentions to create Te Aki Wai. So they would be, that's essentially the question. So are you aware that would be his role as minister?
So I will try and keep this quite safe and refer to the legislation. So the legislation does allow for an amendment to the water services plan to be made. An amended plan needs to be provided to the minister, and that can only be done in quote unquote exceptional circumstances. So if we were to make the assumption that the intent is still to continue in a 5-council partnership, then that amended water plan would need to be in conjunction with all 5 councils. So we would require our 4 partner councils to be in agreement to an amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yes. Are you aware of any other cities whose water entities are going to plan to commence from the 1st of July?
There are some councils who have already enacted their new water services models under the local government water services legislation, not necessarily in a 5-council model such as this, but some other councils have already commenced, yes.
So there are other I'm talking about cities, we're a city. There are other cities that are going to commence their water entity from 1 July?
Look, off the top of my head, Councillor, I don't know if they are actually setting up CCOs like Te Aki Wai, but if we take, for example, I believe Christchurch has already commenced their revised model, but I believe they are in-house.
Okay, I was only aware of Hamilton. Secondly, what is still outstanding in terms of the things that need to be sorted out and negotiated, just in the summary terms?
Yep, so those are articulated in the paper. So there are essentially 4 items. So there is the articulation of the arrangement for Moa Point wastewater treatment plant. So as you are aware, the Wellington City Council and Wellington Water and Te Aki Wai have agreed what will happen with Moa Point for 1 July as a transfer as an as-is, where-is basis. So that decision was taken and made public last week, and that just hasn't been enough time for both parties to get together and agree the legal provisions in the transfer agreement. So that is underway at present. The second item is the sludge minimisation facility, and because that has a dependency on a fully functioning Matua Point wastewater treatment plant, there needed to be a more thorough understanding of what was happening around Matua Point to understand any implications on the sludge minimisation facility. So again, that is in the same camp as Matua Point, that is simply working through the drafting of the legal provisions. The third point is around stormwater, overland stormwater assets, and that has simply been because we have been delayed in finalising what the overland stormwater assets are to transfer, if any at all. That work is underway, and we're expecting that to conclude in the next 2 weeks. And then the last item is the Marketa Cemetery water supply. So we are in active discussion with Te Āki Wai legal representatives. In fact, there was a lengthy meeting yesterday on all of these 4 matters, and there is a very active interest on both sides to get these resolved within the next couple of days.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I'm just seeking some clarity on the alternative decision of not agreeing to this transfer agreement. If we didn't agree to the transfer agreement, would that be inconsistent with Section 22 of the Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Act, which directs councils must follow their water services delivery plan?
Yes, it would, assuming we didn't. Sorry, what's the word? We didn't submit an amended water services delivery plan. Then yes, it would.
And just one more. And then just in terms of the other acts and with the Local Government Act, if members wanted to vote down this transfer agreement and make a significant diversion from our long-term plan, would they need to note anything in relation to Section 80 of the Local Government Act, which talks about decisions inconsistent with policies or plans?
Oh.
Yes, that's correct. It would. The council would need to resolve, in effect, that it would be setting an inconsistent direction with its policies.
Thank you.
Puhi Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably know the answer, but I'll still ask it anyway, because you've made it quite clear. But it's becoming louder and louder, and understanding that our people across the region are not happy with what we're doing. And I don't think we've done it well in getting the message out to them. We know why, but what is going to happen, all they understand is that it's going to cost them more money. So my question to you, is there anything that we can do that may delay it a little bit more to actually get a clearer message, or at least bring the people with us and have a fuller understanding of why we need to do it, why we are doing it, and why it needs to happen? Is there anything that we can do? I mean, you've kind of said no, but then on the other hand, there was the injunction thing that Deputy Mayor raised, and I don't know, this is huge, and I think that we deserve to give our people the opportunity to at least be confident that what we're doing is going to be best for the region.
I agree that this is a really important decision that is in front of you today, and I also agree that it is very important for our community, absolutely. There's been best part of 3 years of work going into the planning, the consideration for the establishment of a new water services entity of some description. Now, it could, even if that was an in-house model, it would still require the amount of effort that really has gone into this. So it is not taken lightly, the work that we've been undertaking. The consultation that we ran last year ran for a month. There was a very substantive consultation document. We ran about, I want to say, around 16 community drop-in sessions. They were scheduled different times of the day, in the evening, at the weekends. So I appreciate that there was a lot going on for the community to engage with at that time. In terms of answering your question around, is there any space for a delay, Pauiwi? I don't believe there is, because I believe we end up in the same place where we are then not adhering to what we committed to in the water plan. We could, of course, apply to the Minister for a delay, but as I said before, that would require, assuming it's still the intent of a 5-council model, we would require our partners to be on board with that.
Just very quickly. With respect, thank you for that explanation, but with respect, I don't think 4 weeks was enough consultation period to give our people time to get their head around what was happening. And now that I know that we actually had another year...
Is that...
Yeah, I know. That's why I made the comment about I really do feel that I didn't do my due diligence enough, and I apologise.
Okay. I don't see any more questions. Councillor Fawn.
Yeah, kia ora. Just this is in regard to the new position that will be created to work with Te Aki Wai from Wellington City Council. I understood that we also had quite a lot of work around the stormwater and Wellington City Council's assets and how we manage that discussion and planning with Te Aki Wai. So are you seeing the position that we've talked about in the paper to be one position that looks after the governance and the stormwater, or do you see that there is a greater need to review how we manage that cross-council with Te Aki Wai for stormwater, because they feel like very different sets of skills required to me?
So thank you, Councillor. I'll cover that one. I think it's important to note that as we transition into a new operating model with Te Aki Wai, we have to really deliberately consider the new relationship and the new operating model and the new ways of working that we will have to put in place between Te Aki Wai and ourselves to ensure that this new relationship and operating model is really successful. So it does change the nature of our role from our current role with Wellington Water to our new role with Te Aki Wai. And so we've been doing some work over the last couple of months to really understand what that role is going to look like, what the dimensions of it are, to ensure we can resource and get the right capability in-house to manage that. Key to that is supporting the Partners Committee, supporting you in your governance and oversight of Te Aki Wai. And so the role will have that function. And the role will also look at ways of working, culture and relationship between the two organisations and the interface between us and Te Aki Wai on a whole lot of touch points, stormwater being absolutely one of them, and there's a lot of work to do there. But there will be other things that we'll need to have touch points on that will all be covered through the statements of work and the service agreements as well. So the role is really designed to be that overview and that enabler, and we're still working through the actual capability we're going to need to recruit for, but we're being very deliberate about it to make sure we support you.
So just to answer that question in a black and white way, so are you saying we're not certain of what the capability and skills are that will be required for that role initially, or that role will look to be the governance coordinator as a first instance?
Yeah, my initial thoughts are that this role will need governance, stewardship, political acumen, those kind of skill sets, stewardship of system and great relationship skills and great oversight skills, but we need to finalise that once we've determined the job scope.
Thank you.
Councillor Covert.
Te Aki Wai is replacing Wellington Water, essentially. So why haven't we got those skills now? Because one of the aspects is the relationship with Wellington Water, and has been and is continually being looked at. So I would have thought we should have had that already to interact with Wellington Water itself.
Through you, Chair, you're absolutely right, Councillor, and I can't talk for why we haven't had that in the past. I think all I can do in this role is make sure we resource it properly for the future.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else. Cool. Thank you so much, Margot and Jeannie. Margot, you've been doing a fantastic job in this space, and I'm sure it must be very difficult for you as much as has been for elected members as well. So thank you. Now I call on the mayor to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. So happy to move the recommendations. And I'll just make the following points. First of all, I think, as Mr. Nunn's presentation confirmed this morning, there is concern in the community about what it means to establish Te Ake Wai, and that it's probably fair to say that concern is growing as people become more aware about what the implications might be. And that growing awareness is largely a consequence of Te Ake Wai's own consultation over its long-term future pricing and the information about the deployment and installation of water meters across the region. But let's start with the legal position, which I think the officers have clearly laid out. The legislation is very clear. Once, in this case, a group of councils, in this case the Wellington, the councils based in the Wellington region, submit a water services delivery plan, and that is agreed to by the Secretary of Internal Affairs. It is a statutory requirement that the councils then implement their plan, and that is what is happening. That was a decision made prior to this council. That decision was made, as the officers indicated, in the context of consultation having taken place. And I think a pretty obvious point that we already had Wellington Water in place. It was already a joint venture between the four councils and Greater Wellington Regional Council getting involved in Te Ake Wai, but the foundations were already there. The only difference is that Wellington Water doesn't own assets. So if we don't comply with the water services delivery plan and approve the transfer agreement, we are in breach of that plan and breach of our statutory obligation. We're also in breach of the agreements we've made with our neighbouring councils. And I have to say, in those circumstances, the risk of litigation would be considerable. The question for those other councils would be, why wouldn't we seek an injunction to prevent Wellington City Council from not continuing with the plan? If we were a commercial board faced with this decision and the circumstances in which we're faced with it, a decision to delay, contrary to our statutory obligations and our commitments to our neighbouring councils, would almost certainly be in breach of directors' duties, and we should see it in that light. None of that, however, diminishes the concerns that people are expressing and raising over issues like long-term pricing and the deployment of water meters. It seems to me that the Te Ake Wai board have adopted a very aggressive financial strategy or business plan to build their revenue and to build their balance sheet. My view is that their business plan, as articulated in their consultation documents, is unnecessary. And it's pretty clear that they've adopted, although they may now have abandoned it, just from public comments and comments made to me, the water meter business plan, a plan which I think is also questionable. So there's a lot of work for Te Ake Wai to do. The question for us is, even if we were to consider the possibility of a delay in the absence of any litigation risk, which clearly exists, what would a delay achieve? In my view, it would achieve nothing. The model doesn't change. The legislation, the framework under which Te Ake Wai is established doesn't change. And there are clear policy decisions made in that legislation. Local water done well was intended to be different to Three Waters. It was the government setting a framework for the establishment of water organisations. The intention was that they would be run on a more, for want of a better phrase, more commercial basis, in the sense that assets would be managed at least better, some might say properly, and a proper plan for asset maintenance, renewal and replacement in a way that clearly across local government in New Zealand hasn't happened. That was intended. The big policy change between Three Waters and local water done well is that there was no central government money to assist with that transition. So we've got what we've got. Even if Te Ake Wai were to set up from the 1st of July 2027, they would still have directors of the nature they've got at the moment, with no elected member representation on the board. They would still be operating under the framework that they've got. The same oversight arrangements that are in place now would be in place then. So nothing would change. There is still a huge effort in terms of what oversight arrangements we do have to ensure that there is accountability and at the very least pressure on Te Ake Wai to act responsibly, to price reasonably and to act appropriately. And that's the challenge that we're going to have through the Partners Committee. It is why I have worked hard with others to get the Commerce Commission to not only exercise the powers they've got, but to step up their powers, which is one of the other decisions we get to make today, to support them acquiring beefed up powers. I'm not even sure they still go far enough, but anyway, let's take what we can get at this point. But we will have an effort to make sure that there is good accountability and good oversight. I think another useful thing that we can do at the moment on the Partners Committee, I'm the member of it on behalf of Wellington City Council. I have the Deputy Mayor as an alternate. But I'm very keen in the interest of ensuring that we are well supported and that we are ensuring we are demanding the best of Te Ake Wai, that we do have a council subcommittee made up of a number of councillors who can ensure that the information that we're receiving is scrutinised across the council, and that as the representative and alternate, that we are getting the council support that we need to advocate for and articulate what Wellington City Council needs. Even with those gaps, even with more work to be done, as the officers have pointed out, although much of it's is accounted for in the draft agreement, putting aside the paragraph numbers, this is the right next step to take, and to ensure that in the 1 to 2 year settling down period, that we're doing everything we can to make sure that Wellington City Council is getting the best out of Te Ake Wai, that we maintain a professional relationship, but one that is driven by accountability and propriety, and that we continue to strive to get excellent quality water services for our city.
Thank you, Mayor Little. And may I get a second, Deputy Mayor McNulty? Do you want to
I'll reserve my right, thanks.
Cool. Now we go to Councillor Compton to move her amendment.
Thank you, Chair. So this amendment that I'm raised today essentially gives all members of the committee a chance to share your concerns and have your chance to speak on behalf of your communities. This decision is one of the biggest ones we will make, given that water is one of our most precious resources. 22 years ago, the Wellington City Council outsourced the management of its Three Waters infrastructure to Capacity. 10 years later, Capacity evolved into Wellington Water. And now 12 years on, we stand on the doorstep of another restructure, Te Ake Wai. The original rationale for outsourcing was compelling. We had aging infrastructure. We required regional coordination, economies of scale, specialist expertise, improved long-term planning and preparation for future growth and regulation. Yet after more than 2 decades, it's difficult to argue that the region's water assets are in a better state, and in many respects they appear to have deteriorated further. Now Te Ake Wai is embarking on a new journey with the same infrastructure, the same underlying problems, and many of the same promises, but with significantly greater powers to borrow, spend, and charge our ratepayers. And somehow we're expected to believe the outcome will be different. I was not part of the council which decided to move to a regional model. However, I submitted against it, and I recommended an in-house model, as that would have enabled us to have greater control, take back accountability of our water assets. I do understand the legislation was put in place to remove water decisions away from us, the politicians. And although I understand that reason, I fundamentally believe this is the wrong decision and that stronger oversight would have been a better approach. Yes, we would have been able to borrow only up to 280%, but it would have triggered significant efficiencies for all our above ground and below ground assets. Now, what we don't know yet is important. Moa Point and the sludge minimisation plant, pricing and control mechanisms, consumer advocacy options, future amalgamation and the consequences of that for all councils and their water entities, the macro water supply, land transfers, who owns what, who can access and for what purposes, abandoned assets, 20,000 known and who pays for their future liabilities, green assets, rate capping and the oversight of pricing. How will the coordination of all above and below ground assets, improvements and maintenance be outsourced? How will the work be resourced, in-house, outsourced? And what improved efficiencies will ground crews make? So many questions. But what we do know, when the decision was made, officers' advice showed modelling that prices would rise at a rate of 7.5% annually over 10 years. This partially led to officers stating that a regional model would be at a 20% cheaper than any other model. First indications we've had from Te Akiwai have blown that modelling out of the water, pardon the pun, with an average of 13.1% annually. The modelling leading to the 13.1% is also predicated on the basis that we will have 12,000 new connections over the next 10 years. That equates to 100 new connections a month, every month. That is quite simply not going to happen. And when it doesn't, that 13.1% will go up further. There is some hope. The modelling also suggests $6 billion spend over the next 10 years within the Wellington region. To put this into perspective, Transpower, one of our most experienced state-owned enterprises in New Zealand, spends $600 million a year in CapEx and OpEx for the entirety of New Zealand. Wellington does not have an army of drainage contractors sitting around waiting for 1 July, ready to go 1 July 26, with the staff to commence $600 million of work next year. The decision to transfer from 1 July 26 was not necessary, and it could have been done by 1 July 27. We did not need to be constructing the runway while trying to land the plane at the same time. We've heard today consequences around legislative implications, rates implications, but one thing we never seem to hear is the consequences for the ratepayer, and I thank Pauiwi Kelly for bringing up the community in her questions. The ratepayer should and must be included in the conversation at all times. Thank you.
Any question to officers of that amendment? Okay, none. Do you have a second? Councillor Covert, you want to speak now? Any debate?
Sure, I'll kick it off. Look, I'll just thank Councillor Compton for bringing the amendment. It articulates a position that all of us inherently feel, that there are serious concerns about what we are going into. For better or for worse, we've got a legislative... I'll take it back. It was unquestionable that part of the reason that Labour lost the election in 2023 was New Zealanders did not like the Three Waters model of water reform. That's unquestionable. It was a real live issue, and this government came in with a mandate to replace Three Waters reform, which they've done through Local Water Done Well. We are responding to what we have been put out through Local Water Done Well, but it is not a perfect model, and it does put us in a worse position than we would have had with Three Waters. Not pretending that Three Waters would have been perfect either, but at least we would have had a Crown guarantee on the debt of the councils, and that there would have been, I think, over $1 billion in terms of funding to actually support the transition. So we are under a new model that doesn't give the same level of support to local government. We have a new entity that is untrusted, something that, as an entity building a brand, one of the things that's really unfortunate for them is that they wear the flack of the underinvestment decisions of all of its council partners that have been built up over decades. And it's sort of like trying to market crude oil after the Exxon Valdez, in a sense. That, you've trying to set up a new water company, but inherently your part of your brand identity is that you have to take the flack for the decisions that you weren't responsible or that you didn't make. There's a lot to be concerned about with this transition into Te Akiwai. The debt capacity that they will have is essentially the key reason for going into this model. And I guess the one thing I would just point from the in-house option was that 280% we would have had to find money within our debt capacity to fund water infrastructure, but that 500% still has to be paid back. It still comes down into the wallets of ratepayers. So we have an imperfect reform that we're responding to. It is what it is. Local government is a subset of jurisdiction from the Crown. The Crown has the powers to set what local government does or doesn't do. We aren't another authority that sort of sits on the same constitutional level. When they say jump, we say how high. So I just appreciate the chance to put those concerns on the radar. No one, I think, is feeling particularly excited about what we're going into, but hopefully there is a end goal, and I guess I'll try and speak to that more to the substantive, because there are some positive things about Te Ake Wai and what they could mean for the Wellington region. But I think just in terms of the spirit of this amendment, yes, I have concerns, and I thank Councillor Compton for allowing me the chance to share those.
Before I go to the next speaker, just the way this debate is going is now Councillor Compton's amendment, and we will be voting on that one. There is another amendment from Councillor Tfembaka. That will be moved and seconded, debated, and then vote on that one. And we have to go back to the substantive as well, and then make sure which one you're going to speak to, and feel free to speak to any of them as well, but just highlighting which one you want to. Now we're debating Councillor Compton's amendment. Next I have Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I think I also have concerns around Te Ake Wai, but I think what isn't quite illustrated in this amendment, and I guess I just wanted to raise in debate, is that I still think that what we are agreeing to is significantly better than the status quo. I think we do need to be thinking about the establishment of Te Ake Wai within the context of what we previously had. And some of the things that we did do last term to try and address some of the concerns Wellingtonians raised through consultation was around things like a more proportional voting model. So where previously on the Wellington Water Committee, every council, regardless of its size, had the same input, we now do have a somewhat larger influence in the way that we vote. And we do have significantly more involvement and work across the region, as particularly looking at catchment-based approaches, which was lacking in the way that funding was attributed to Wellington Water, where it had to be ring-fenced to very specific councils and expensed to very specific councils' things. And that's quite clear with the number of agreements that we had across the region where we were sharing assets in our water network. We had committees that were set up to also look over those shared assets. So I do think that while I have concerns mostly around the stormwater aspect and the way that that's going to be handled as the poor child of the three waters, I do think that this is significantly better than the status quo. And Councillor Matthews has also reminded me about the significantly better involvement of mana whenua in the new established entity, which also takes that catchment-based approach in purview. So I do have concerns, but I do think we're heading in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor Roger. Next we have Puwi Liz Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Councillor Compton, for bringing this amendment to the table. And I think that it is really clear. We are hearing that people have serious concerns. I'm grateful for what our Mayor has just said. It brings everything into perspective. But for me, my concern is I've been here before, and that was when Porirua joined capacity. And at that time, Wellington and the Hut were members of capacity, and they wanted Porirua to join. And they wanted Porirua to join because they had the best asset management plans in the region, and they wanted to tap into that resource. But the officers at the time were saying, no, if we do that, we're going to lose all our local knowledge. And that's what makes it really work for us, is we've got that local knowledge. Everybody knows where the pipes are. When something happens, we know where to go. Well, unfortunately, that didn't happen. And Porirua joined capacity. And in Porirua now, our water infrastructure, I believe, is the worst in the region. And that was because we gave away that opportunity of having the voice of the local people and hearing what they had to say. And that's what is concerning me today the most about what we're doing. And I do believe we've done everything what we should do in the time frames that we've done them. But what we have failed to do is to bring the people with us for them to understand what we've been doing and why we're doing it. And I don't think that there will be anybody in the whole region who would object to or doesn't get it, that we need to do our infrastructure better. And this is a solution. And I agree with Councillor Rogers, what he has said, that this is better than what we already have, but I think we've missed the beat and allowing the people to understand why, what it's going to mean, what's going to be better, and what the repercussions are. So, well, I agree with what you've put forward, Councillor Compton. I'm also listening to the reality of what has been said, and I accept what the officer's saying as well, that I think I don't think that we have that opportunity unless our mayor has got a line in with the minister and he's going to go and say something to him that, hey, help us out here. Where, you know, like even if it was 6 to 8 weeks where we could, in conjunction with all the councillors and Te Aki Wai, you know, have some of those old-fashioned community meetings where people got to have their say and all the rest of it. Because this is huge. And if we get it wrong, you know, it's the generations that will suffer. But if I could just thank my colleagues around the table too, because we've been at this for like 3 years and we have tried, but it has been frustrating as well because we've been pushed into all of these decisions. But today's the big day, and I'll be supporting the substantive. Thank you.
Right of reply. Councillor Covett. Yep.
I wasn't going to give a little bit of a history lesson, but since another speaker did, I will comment that you know, this council, when it was being done under Three Waters, the government gave us some money to help, but we didn't put that money, a lot of that money, into our water infrastructure. We put it into other things. So I think some of the decisions that we have made as a council hasn't served us well. So I think we've got to accept responsibility of the situation that we're in. But we have made the decisions up until now with the best of our knowledge, and it's also been to the best of our negotiating skills at the time. I appreciate we now have a new council, we have a new mayor, and who is doing his best to deal with what Te Aki Wai have come out with in terms of their pricing structure. But as we've heard before, you know, we really haven't had the capability recently, at least, on even managing with Wellington Water. So, and yet we're still to do that with Te Aki Wai. So it's going to be really important that this council makes sure it has got the capability to deal with the organisations that it's partnering with. So I will be supporting this amendment. There are serious concerns. We've all acknowledged that, but we have to work through those concerns. And I'm as confident as any that through our mayor, through the suggestion of a subcommittee, that we will carry on and do our best to ensure that our representatives or that our ratepayers are represented as well as possible within the constraints of the legislation. Thank you.
Councillor Compton, right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. Given I went over significantly on my introduction, I won't speak for too long. I just wanted to just sum up by saying I feel pushing accountability further away doesn't always get us the best results. And I hope you just at least support this amendment. It was simply to give you a platform where you could note your concerns publicly and that we can help people around this table, but also the new organisation, do the best they can for our communities. So please keep advocating for your community and sharing those concerns. Thank you.
Now I put the amendment that been moved and seconded for a vote. If
Could
you
we
are in
division-
favour,
Could we division, please?
division. Yep. Just this is a noting amendment, so. Brilliant. Okay. Carried, Pui. Huh? Use a microphone, Pui. Yep, okay. Yep, fair enough. Yep. Cool. Now, Councillor Tiffenbacher, could you introduce your amendment?
Yeah, sure. If you can put it up, please. So, as we've just heard, every councillor here, I think, has issues around establishment of Te Akiwai, not from a necessarily it being a good organisational decision, but just around the structure of the agreement. So, in reality is I'm not against the principle of Te Akiwai. I think it's really good that we have a water entity that looks after water, gets all the money that we put into water, and then has certainty over a period of time where it can do its best. But within the contracts that we're signing, we have some massive issues. The massive issues really lie around the fact that we don't have any oversight of what they do and where they move forward. So there is no consideration for the ratepayer in how much it does. So at the moment, we have the expectation of Te Akiwai that if your bill is $2,124 this year, in 10 years' time, it's $6,831. If you're commercial, that is 10 times worse. If your bill is $12,220, in 10 years' time, it is $42,309. $42,309 just for your water component of your bill, according to Te Akiwai, in 10 years' time. That's straight off their data. If people do not appreciate that that makes Wellington an unaffordable place to do business and to live in, then we are failing. The issue with the Te Akiwai agreement with it is every single decision we've had, and everyone probably will agree with us, every single decision we've made up to this point has been predefined before we got it. And individually, we had very little ability to say no to it because it made sense on its own. The problem is the structure of the agreement does not account for the fact that there's no rate capping. The government is saying to Wellington City Council, we're going to rate cap you, but Te Akiwai has free rein to increase their rates at any which way they want. So at the moment, your water bill might be 30%. What that means in 10 years' time, water will be 60% or 70% of your bill. And we have no ability to stop that. So our decisions that we make will be irrelevant to the affordability and the livability within Wellington. If we do not change this, we are condemning Wellington to being even more unaffordable than we are already. And we are already probably the most unaffordable city to live in the country. And we're seeing that in all our data. We're seeing that in all the measurements of livability. We saw that in the Koori one, released by BAS the other day. Everything, we are behind the country on national data figures, and we are heading downwards, and we have been for many times. So the issue is that in 2025, we made a mistake. We probably made a mistake because we didn't quite understand, and we just made a mistake that we actually set a one-year target when we should have had more. There is no reason for Wellington to be the first city to get the water services agreement up and running. The fact that we decided to do that was an error because there are so many things that are unresolved at this point in time and will not be resolved by the 1st of July, and we are relying on good decisions being made in the best interest of Wellingtonians when we no longer have any power or strength in the negotiation. And to do that, unfortunately, is just, to me, unacceptable. So I would like you to vote in favour of extending this. I realise there will be costs to the council to do that, in that there are risks, but the cost to the public in the general ratepayer, in the city, in its health, is 10 times more, probably 100 times more than basically a cost that we have to endure at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tiffenbacher, for your amendment. And any questions? Pui Liz Kelly.
Is the question of you or through you?
You can ask through me, and there are two ways. One, through debate, you can ask through the mover, or if you have a general question to
So
officers.
it's just one of clarity.
Yeah, you can ask.
And really, so the one that we just voted on, that was pushing it out.
Now, the one we put, that one is already passed, but that one was actually noting amendment.
Oh, it's a noting.
This one is another amendment. We are debating Councillor Tiefenbacher. This one is basically pushing to next year.
The clarity I was seeking was what was the difference if we were already saying that we wanted to push it out. Thank you.
We just noted.
Yeah.
We just noted. Thank
Cool.
you.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Given the obligations placed on this authority under the Local Government Act, as well as three tranches of reform through local water done well legislation, I guess I'm almost coming to the fact, is this even a legal amendment to put up? Does it comply with Section 80 of the Local Government Act?
So basically, from our legal team, I can see there, could you please advise us on this? And the standing order as well, if there is any that.
It's fine. So it's consistent, as I understand, it's consistent with the standing orders because it's not a decision to not do it, it's a decision to delay it. Obviously, it will have some pretty serious ramifications and it will be inconsistent with our long-term plan, so you would need to note that. But inconsistency with our plans do not necessarily prevent you from being able to make that decision.
My question, though, was more around the actual Local Government Act. Sorry, there's the Local Government Act confines, which obviously you get standing orders coming into, but local water done well in terms of actually our obligations, in terms of consultation, in terms of our delivery of a water services delivery plan to DIA that has been accepted. Whether this amendment in such position essentially stands up as putting the council in a legally defensible position.
I would suggest the bigger concern legally is going to be around the lack of your ability to actually, within the long-term plan, because it's been removed, less of an issue around that side of things. You have, when the consultation went out, it did present all of the different options. And obviously, of course, there is the fact that you will not be compliant with the commitments made in the Water Services Delivery Plan to deliver by 1 July 2026.
So this might be a question for Andrea. What it means if this amendment goes through and then we're not able to strike a rate, what that basically means for a council. And you can also touch on the consequence for other council who already made a decision. Potentially they need to review their long-term plan as well.
So I'm not sure where other councils are with their long-term plan. Because we amended our long-term plan last year, we took the opportunity to remove water services from the plan at the time, which means we not only do we not have the revenue, we don't have the ability to, so we don't have the revenue, you would have to get the revenue to do that. Without a long-term plan or an annual plan that actually rates for that, you'll need to go and do another amendment of the long-term plan. We just simply wouldn't be able to do that before 1 July.
Councillor Matthew. Councillor Roger, you go first.
Yeah, I just had some, I guess, questions around the financial implications of this. Let's assume we were able to deliver the water services in-house. Because we haven't provided for it in our annual plan, I'm assuming that all operating and capital expenditures related to the delivery of water services would have to be debt funded.
We wouldn't have a basis to be able to strike funding for this, and so therefore we would need to look at alternative mechanisms as outlined by our General Counsel. That would likely be debt funding, yes,
And
if
so,
we had the ability to even undertake that, yeah.
Yeah, so assuming we could undertake that, and that would take our debt to approximately $2.286 billion. My understanding is that our revenue would be less than $816.42 million, and therefore if we were to take on that debt, not only would we be in breach of our own self-imposed debt limit, but we would also be in breach of the covenants applied on us by LGFA.
So I think I can't answer that all in terms of quick math. However, what I would say is that you would be constrained by how much you could borrow under the LGFA, so you would have to match the ability of your work accordingly.
Thank you.
Councillor Matthew.
Yes, my question relates to the questions that I was asking earlier, so I'm not sure if it's a Margot, but who would deliver water services for this period? I think it might mean you getting your gears on, Margot, and getting out in the van.
Based on today's outfit, best dressed engineer. Look, I don't know, because we collectively across the region haven't sat down and worked through the permutations of this. So as we stand right here and now, Porirua have also agreed their transfer agreement. So we now have 4 councils who have agreed. And I think that goes somewhat to the level of confidence they have in the arrangements from 1 July, and that's why we haven't really spent a lot of time exploring alternates. Yeah.
So just to be clear, it is unclear under the scenario of Councillor Tiefenbacher's amendment who would deliver water services, if anybody, and how we would be able to fund it.
Absolutely, and predominantly driven by the funding element of that, yes.
We have Deputy Mayor McNulty.
In the event of a city council in New Zealand blowing up its debt ratio to outside of covenants, creating the need for multiple other councils to amend their long-term plan, does the Minister retain powers to appoint commissioners or Crown oversight into the organisation? And would you consider that an active risk based on the fact that this organisation has previously had Crown observation?
My apologies, Deputy Mayor. Could you please start at the beginning of that one?
In the event that this City Council was to make a sharp decision that would require a significant amendment to our own water services, we were unable to rate for water services, we would likely blow out our LGFA covenants and be across our debt to ratio limits. Does the Minister retain the powers to appoint Crown observation or commissioners of the Council? And based on Wellington City's historic experience, would that be a proper legal risk that could occur?
Yep, I think that's a legal team's. Yep.
So there's 2 aspects to that. One is that if you fail to deliver on the water services delivery plan in time, there is the real prospect that the Minister would bring in water services commissioners to do that for us. And then I think, yes, with that summary that you've provided, there is also the real likelihood that other Crown intervention could potentially be considered with the inability to make sort of decisions and ensure that the council is able to operate prudently.
Just one follow-up. If there was Crown commissioners appointed in place of the Wellington City Council, would Wellington residents have a functioning democratic body to represent their interests?
What I would say is that Crown commissioners are not elected officials, so they wouldn't be acting in the same way as elected members potentially would be.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Councillor Randall.
So just with respect to the debt ratio, is it true that the council yesterday made decisions to spend and do investment even though we were above our debt ratio?
Do you finish your question?
That's my question. I mean, there was the comment was made that.
Hang on, just.
The comment was made that we will have to put funding for water services onto the debt, and we're already above the debt ratio. We made decisions to invest. Is that correct?
No, hang on, Andrea. I see the question where it's coming from, Councillor Randall, and it's not directly related to the paper or the recommendation or the amendment. If you want to frame it in the way it can be related to the amendment, I will allow you, but otherwise I don't see any more. But in the meantime, Andrea responded. It's a yes or no question, basically.
It's a yes or no question. So it does not affect our covenants. We have already got we've got a self-imposed debt to revenue limit of 200%. We were already sitting above that, irrespective of yesterday's decisions.
Yep.
And the position has not changed.
Thank you. Do you have another question,
Yes.
Councillor? Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so interesting. In terms of what would happen if we decide to postpone, a comment was made that the Te Ake Wai would possibly not get created. Is that the likely outcome of passing this amendment, such that Wellington Water would continue and Te Ake Wai would not be created?
Hang on, I think that was already they answered that question, and Councillor Matthew asked what would happen. Margot, do you see that question different, or do you want to? Yeah, I think that question was answered and it was asked by Councillor Matthew.
My answer would be the same as what I replied to Councillor Matthews.
Yep. Okay. Any other question, Councillor Randall?
So one last question. There has been a lot made about rating. Under the current arrangements of Te Ake Wai, Wellington, Te Ake Wai is using Wellington City Council's billing system to send water charges. Is there any legal restriction for Wellington City to, should this amendment pass, is there any restriction on Wellington City Council, instead of rating for water, just charging for water, as Te Ake Wai is planned to do?
So this is maybe the Andrea question. I think it's a billing. Margot. Yeah. Is that legal, Kerry?
If I'm just before legal comes up, so just to be clear, the 4 territorial authorities are providing interim billing services for Te Ake Wai, so it's not just WCC, so it's each of the 4, so the 4 TAs, yeah.
Next we have councillors. Yes.
My question wasn't answered, with all due respect.
Was not answered?
No. So I was just wondering whether we were allowed to charge for services instead of rating.
Okay. Andrea's coming. Just wait.
While we undertake the billing function on behalf of Te Ake Wai, or would be under the proposal, we would have no legal ability to bill or retain funding that we'd received on that as a result of this process.
My question was a little bit simpler than that. Is the council allowed to charge for services instead of rating for services?
No, because it wouldn't be providing the service.
Yep. Thank you, Andrea. I think you said now, and I take that question answered. Councillors, do you want to continue? I have like 6 people on a row now, and if you guys are wishing to continue, I'm happy to chair it. But I think just be conscious of the time, and most importantly, the officers' time. We have a lot of community work to be done. Councillor Tifambaka, I think you have a question on your amendment. Yeah, you go ahead.
Can I just check? So if we don't transfer over and we don't sign off the paperwork, does that stop us being able to charge on behalf of water to Te Ake Wai still?
Just officers, they said yes. The question is yes. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to struck through all. But if you think it's just really important question, I want to take it. Deputy Mayor thinks he got one, and Councillor Osborne thinks he got one, and Councillor Rogers. Okay, I'll go back to my list.
Sorry,
I'll give it to. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. I'll give it to Councillor Roger first.
Mine was just going back to the legality of passing a resolution of such nature. I'm just going back to reference Part 80 of the Local Government Act, and I'm also going back to the officer's recommendations for when we did the rubbish and recycling collection, where there was originally a noting amendment noting that the resolution was inconsistent with the plan, and then directing both the inconsistency, the reason for the inconsistency, and the intention of the local authority to either amend or accommodate the decision. I just wonder if, in the way that the amendment is currently drafted and presented, it does sufficiently identify all of the things that are required in Part 80 of the Local Government Act to form a legal resolution.
Before you go that, Councillor Tifambaka, are you still happy to go ahead with your amendment after your question answered?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. Can I get an answer from the legal team, please?
So you would need to expressly identify the inconsistency, the long-term plan. I think there may also be an inconsistency with the infrastructure strategy based on the changes to the long-term plan. Explain it and then identify your intentions to amend the long-term plan to reflect it.
Do you want to say that? Anyone else want to say?
Through
Liam?
Mr. Chairman. So, Karen, just to clarify then, would Councillor Tiffenbach have to amend his resolution?
Yes, you just need to add that into the resolution.
Yeah, so he'd need leave of the committee to do that. After it
Hasn't been seconded, but it's, yeah. Does he want to do it, the question?
Well, if you're telling me it has to be done to make it a legal amendment, then yeah, okay. My advice was that the amendment was appropriate before, but if that's the requirement, yes.
You probably do, so let's adjourn for, I think actually it's our break as well. No, it's not seconded yet. So, yep, let's take a 10-minute break and come back and get some sugar, so get a bit better. Thank you, Officer, for helping in the amendment. Councillor Tiefenbacher, are you happy with the amendment now? Good. We will continue with the question, but this amendment is basically clarifying now if you support the first part, 2.1, 2.11 and 2.12 is clarifying you need to be aware you have to do an amendment to the long-term plan. And the legal team, if you quickly want to explain what is added and why, that would be good.
So we've just added in 2.1.1 and 2.1.2, which sets out, as required by Section 80, that it would be significantly inconsistent with the long-term plan and associated plans, the reason for why it would be inconsistent. And because in this case, you would essentially need to amend the long-term plan in order to be able to deliver a water service, you would also need to amend the long-term plan. So one of the requirements of Section 80 is for you to indicate any intention to amend the plans to accommodate the decision. And so that's why we have added that in as 2.1.2.
Thank you. And now I'll go back to the questioning, and we got Councillor Osborne on the list.
Thanks, Chair. Just a really quick question. Obviously, Wellington City Council doesn't own any bulk water supply. So if we were to pass this amendment, is there no arrangement in place to provide drinking water to Wellington on 2 July?
This kind of ties into the curly question and answer I tried to give to Councillor Matthews of it's a bit gnarly. So Greater Wellington have already taken their decision to agree to transfer into Te Aki Wai. But that would be dependent on Te Aki Wai actually being set up and operational, and therefore the bulk water arrangements changing. So I don't really know, to be honest, Councillor Osborne, because it would require so many levels of unpicking around responsibilities and who is doing what in the wake of a council choosing to not transfer.
Councillor Compton, do you want to ask a question? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for Andrea. It's my understanding that since not all the debt transfers to Te Aki Wai from 1 July, it's essentially tranched over a number of years. Are we not already going to be going over our 280% limit? And that, as was noted in the Standard & Poor's report, I think we went well over maybe 300, and then it trickles down as the debt transfers.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
We are transferring on 1 July.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Now we move to the seconder of the motion. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Tiefenbacher? Who's seconding? Councillor Randall.
I'll reserve my right.
Okay. Now I open for a debate, and Mayor Little.
Thank you, Chair. And I think, notwithstanding the kind of convoluted process we've been through, I think it should be very clear that the concerns raised by Councillor Tiefenbacher, as with the concerns articulated by Councillor Compton, are genuine and real, and they should not be trivialised or diminished in any way. There is genuine concern, and as I said before, a growing concern amongst many Wellingtonians about what the future looks like, at the very least in terms of the cost of future water supply. I think people get that the prospects of better water infrastructure management is greater than it has been under the current arrangements, given that under current arrangements, Wellington Water has effectively to negotiate with each member council the funding that each council provides for the maintenance and upgrade of their water infrastructure in those respective city boundaries. So Te Aki Wai has the opportunity, and this is the policy intention of local water done well, to take full control and manage the assets and the services appropriately and accordingly. The big challenge is the pricing path that they've laid out, which, in my view, the assumptions it's based on, the business plan that it's based on, are highly questionable. The question then is, what would a delay to the 1st of March 2027 do? what would it change? And it's pretty clear to me nothing would change. The policy arrangements, the policy framework does not change. The fact that Te Ake Wai would not be subject to a rates capping piece of legislation, if there is one and if it passes, does not change. Te Ake Wai has free rein to charge for water services what it wishes. The fact that the board of Te Ake Wai cannot include elected members does not change. And so, as was intended with the policy, the kind of arm's length, and I would say even more distant than that, relationship between the water organisation and its owning councils doesn't change. That was what was intended. There is nothing to be gained by any further delay. The work that we have to do to get something that I think Wellingtonians would expect and would find more acceptable continues. It won't stop. That effort doesn't stop. But that would happen, and that would happen regardless of the commencement date, whether it was 1 March 2027 or 1 July 2027, or, as we are, in my view, obliged to, 1 July 2026. There is a cost to the council for delay, and for those concerned about the impact on ratepayers' pockets, none of this is cost-free. A delay costs. The risk of litigation costs, and litigation in this respect, I think, would be incredibly expensive. So there is no easy way out of this. And I go back to my sort of opening submissions, which is that whether we like it or not, a set of decisions have been made. I have to accept the integrity of those decisions at the time they were made. We're bound by them. And regardless of those decisions, we maintain a moral obligation at the very least to do the best for the citizens of Wellington. We will continue to do that and use every point of leverage we can. That's what we must do. But delay won't change that.
Thank you, Mayor Little. Councillor Calvert.
I won't repeat the Mayor's comments, but I agree with them. But I just want to clarify one comment is we didn't make a mistake last year. We made our decision based on all the available information we had at the time. Now, I know some information has changed in terms of the charging, but we have a process in place to deal with that. So, but I just want to say that I was part of the previous council and we made the decision, the best decision we could. It was not a mistake. So I just want to confirm that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Compton.
Thank you, Chair. As I've already noted, I was not part of the council who made this decision. But I said I would not impede those decisions and try and work constructively to ensure the decisions I disagreed with will be done in the best manner possible. This is the conflict, because today is the final part of the decision. I would also say that having people with experience in infrastructure is so critical to be able to give a different lens to be cast across these types of decisions, a reason why I'm so pleased that my community elected me. However, the advice we've been given today actually points to the fact that this decision would put Wellington City Council into significant financial distress for 26-27. And as a fiscal conservative, this does concern me deeply enough to be further conflicted. I am also deeply concerned about the trajectory of costs post Te Ake Wai and the timing of the 1 July 26 transfer. But I do echo the Mayor's points. We do need to work very hard and very closely with the Commerce Commission to essentially put in much stronger oversight in the pricing mechanisms. I believe our only option is to work closer with them, Te Ake Wai as well, and use our community's voices to get them to advocate for the best outcome for them. And we must continue to take our communities on the journey. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Compton. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Yeah, look, notwithstanding that there is no such company called Te Ake Wai Metro Water, which I would argue actually rules this amendment out of order, this is an incredibly reckless thing to be putting on the table. Hubris is real. All of us have our blind spots, our strengths and our weaknesses as elected members. I would never come around this table profess to know anything more about just-in-time inventory or cold storage management or how to run a business than Councillor Tiffenbaka, because he has lived and breathed that world. We have a former leader of the Labour Party. We have someone who has been in the highest echelons of ministerial power, who knows how Parliament works, who knows how to work with government and when things are, as a lawyer as well, and knows how to influence policy. And I would hope that we could just take a step back and go, maybe, just maybe the Mayor knows a bit more about the consequences of this than anyone else, and that we could all just take a moment to actually realise sometimes our own ego can get in the way of the best decisions. This is reckless. We could not rate for water if this passed. We could not rate for water. And I guess I'm contributing to the circus by speaking to it right now, but this is what it is. Possibly the single most reckless thing I have ever seen in front of me in the council table in my entire time here. And I guess, look, one thing that the previous mayor would agree with, she didn't have the strongest relationship with central government. This is speed running us into an even worse state than that. And I believe, Councillor Tiffenbaka, you ran because you were not happy with the direction under that previous leadership in Mayoralty, but you are going and taking the worst aspects of that in our relationship with central government and turbocharging it by putting this on the table.
I don't see anyone else. Before I go to Councillor Randall, I just want to also say that I have concerns like most of you, and I acknowledge Councillor Tiffenbaka, the concern that you raised. And that is why I supported Councillor Compton's noting amendment. But this amendment in front of us is going to change so much of this council. Who's going to benefit out of it? Not our community. And as the mayor clearly said, nothing will change March the 1st, as indicated in this amendment as well. So for that reason, I will not be supporting, but I acknowledge where you're coming from, Councillor Tiffenbaka. Now, before I go to right of reply to you, Councillor Randall, do you want to say, someone put, oh, Councillor Roger, you didn't put your hand, I must have, go ahead.
Yeah, I think just one of the things that has been missing from the debate a little bit is not the financial implications of this amendment, but also the actual real world implications that decisions like this have, and decisions like this that the council has to take have on our community. And I've heard the concerns around the cost of Te Aki Wai, but to agree to a decision like this, I believe, is to recklessly put up an amendment that would stop the ability for this council to deliver safe and sanitary water to over 200,000 people. That is 200,000 people who would not be able to access safe sewage systems, safe drinking water. And I think, given that so much advice has come from the organisation about how there is an extreme lack of foresight in this amendment about how we would continue to deliver the basic services that our communities rely on, is unbecoming of someone sitting around this table as a governor, and it is purely political to make a political point. And I think we can all recognise that there's a balance of politics and governance around this table, but when you put the safe supply of drinking water for over 200,000 people as a political decision far above any moral decision that a director or a member of this council would willingly take, it's just completely astonishing to me. And I think we should all vote down this amendment in unanimity, because it is completely disrespectful to all of the residents who rely on us to take good decisions to continue the safe supply of drinking water.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking the team that has been working for the Wellington City Council on this project, and in particular Margot and her small team. I know there's been an enormous amount of effort put inside what is a very tight time frame, and I really think that they have done a stellar job of representing Wellington City and working through what has been a crazy amount of not only getting volumes of information sorted and negotiated and contracted, but also working in an environment where legislation was literally not even finalised and we were having to make decisions. I also want to move on because for me, this is a bit of a deja vu. I just can't work out whether this is deja vu around the airport deal or deja vu on the sludge minimisation business case. I think it's the latter. The sludge minimisation was put to me as a very new councillor back in 2022. And on reflection, I wish we'd stopped it because we approved a $180 million business case that's now costing us $500 million. And if we'd looked into that decision a bit more and taken some more time, I am certain we would have saved hundreds of millions of dollars. But we didn't, and now we are left with an example of a sludge minimisation facility that we can barely afford. The other thing I note about Wellington City Council and water is we are the group that has always been sceptical of the efficiency of Wellington Water. This council and its officers pointed out, actually for a couple of years, that Wellington Water was likely not doing the job properly and were ripping us off. Our efforts were blocked by some of our fellow councillors for a while until we actually got some breakthrough and revealed the complete shambles that is Wellington Water. Yes, Te Aki Wai is an improvement, but an improvement from a very low base. As a council, we are moving this because, as was outlined by officers, this council wanted to be a leader in this space. Councillor McNulty's comments about hubris are largely correct, but hubris cuts both ways. I think it's hubris for this council to keep on being world leading and leading us into extremely expensive solutions. We cannot afford to be leaders in this space anymore. We should just be an ordinary council. In terms of risks, we've got huge risks. We had the Mile Point plant failure and sludge minimisation. Our entire waste system is at risk, and we're handing that over. Our stormwater is not sorted out, and yet we're handing it over. We're on a self-imposed railroad time frame. When I taught my children, or young adults I should say, to drive, I taught them until they could drive. I didn't say, as of the 1st of July, you can have the keys to the car. I taught them until I thought they could drive, and I am very uncomfortable about handing the keys to what is our most important service over to these new people without having the confidence that they can really deliver. So much as this is, yes, an amendment that is very disruptive, I think it does make the point that we are not getting what we need for Wellington City.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Randon. And now, right of reply to... Yeah. I hope you already heard it in the gallery. It's not allowed to talk. And yeah, so... Councillor Tifanbaka, next right of reply.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to note that I circulated this amendment last night. Not one person at this table reached out to discuss the potential legality issues within the amendment. So to sit back now and claim, I can't believe it's been brought to the table is, quite frankly, quite ridiculous. And I do take some umbrage against that. So I just want to point out several things. First of all, in our agreement, there is a requirement to price reasonably, but price reasonably has two sides. Price reasonably for Wellingtonians or price reasonably as a company that has responsibility to its creditors are two totally different things. Te Aki Wai has shown already an ability to maybe spend more money less wisely than what I would consider to be a wise decision, with advertising in News Talk ZB, advertising on TVNZ Plus, advertising on back of buses, a month and a half prior to even being established. when it's a monopoly. It doesn't really need to be doing that at all, but it's wasting millions of dollars of our money already before it's even established. If we were a commercial board, we may not have made this decision, as the Deputy Mayor may have pointed out, but we wouldn't have got to this point either, because we would not have been on the verge of signing a contract that gives us no oversight and no real input to changing what goes on within a business that has one of our key assets. Accountability that's not in the agreement is not enforceable. That's a illegality. If you don't have a legal document with the ability to hold people accountable, you have no ability to do so. There's just so much. Once we've transferred the things, we have no power. So we have a whole lot of things that we're going to then organise and debate without any strength or anything that actually give us any ability to make sure that we do the best for Wellingtonians. The Mayor was voted in, Deputy Mayor, for his ability to discuss with government. And an acceptable result for me would be for another amendment that had the Mayor publicly petition the government to impose a rate cap on Te Āki Wai. Because the real issue we have is that Te Āki Wai can charge whatever they like and we have no control, zero control, no matter how much we plead. If someone wants to pull up that amendment, I will happily vote for that. Our responsibility is to fight for Wellingtonians, not only now, but for the next 10, 15 years. And we all acknowledge Wellington is going to be totally unacceptable to live in. If you can't see that, you should not be sitting at this table, because your understanding of finances and governance are not up to the level that should be here. This amendment, I know it probably is too late. I know it will probably get voted down, but the point is, we still have a month and a half to try and make this agreement something that is acceptable. It will take government intervention probably to make that happen. Are we going to fight for it or are we not? We're just going to sit back and go, yeah, tick, 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 and then end up Wellington being a place you can't afford to live. So while I would like you to vote for this amendment or bring up another amendment that ensures that we do get a rate cap on prior to the thing, that would be great. But please, in future, if you have an issue with an amendment that you know is going to come and you'd like to discuss it, don't try and make political points, Deputy Mayor. Maybe have conversations a bit earlier. Thank you.
Thank you to you all. Now I put the amendment that been moved and seconded, and you can vote accordingly. So even though you move an amendment, you can vote against it, by the way.
We have a division.
Yes, we can have division. Cool. Thank you. Now we go back to the substantive, and I think we canvassed this issue really well. And is there anyone else who want to have a say? Yes.
I just very quickly wanted to add, I guess, a bit of a note of positivity. I know that the establishment of an organisation of such a significant size is an incredibly difficult task. And I think particularly my reflection from the establishment of this organisation, going from a position where LGFA wasn't going to allow us to novate debt from one organisation to the other to the position that we're in now, I think speaks volumes of the work that our team has been able to do at an incredible pace. And particularly reflecting the fact that so many of these decisions also had to be undertaken by this council when the legislation hadn't gone through its third reading and hadn't reached royal assent. And I think there are a lot of things to look forward to and things to improve, but I think it is also incredibly important that as a council we do reflect on the fact that the team have done a significant amount of work to get us where we have. There are hundreds of pages that go into the detail about all of the assets that we provide. And I think as a councillor reading through all of those schedules, seeing all of the work that went into it, I was incredibly proud of our team.
Thank you, Councillor Roger. I think for those of you who are new councillors, Margot not always been a water person, and she was thrown into it. She did a marvellous job, and her team as well. I think it's a good thing to acknowledge, and you did a really good job, Margot. Councillor Compton?
Chair, could we please have a 5-minute adjournment before we move into further issuance on the substantive?
Okay, yes, yep. We're just going to get 5-minute adjournments, councillors, and get back. And welcome back again. And we got a very small amendment. And we have two options here, either to, with a lever of a meeting, to go ahead with this. Otherwise, we need as an amendment, someone to move it and second it. Is there anyone who is against lever of a meeting if we... Okay, cool, done. So it will be included in the substantive?
Chair, just to be very clear, so we are adding this clause into the substantive with the leave of the meeting?
Yes, Councillor Rundle.
Could you just read it out for the public?
We are adding this amendment to the paper, to the substantive, with the lever of a meeting. If anyone from the councillors disagree with that, it's another process. At this stage, I don't see any. So that means this is included in the paper now. And as a substantive, I need to ask the mayor if he agree with that as a mover of the paper.
Yes, I do. I think Councillor Randall was asking for the amendment to be read into the record, which I'm happy to in my dulcet tones.
Yep.
So the additional paragraph is that we agree for the mayor to advocate for the Commerce Commission to have stronger price regulation powers in relation to Te Aki Wai.
Good, okay. Now we go back to the debate. And is there anyone who wishes to speak before the mayor got his right of reply? Done. I was ignoring. No. Left hand, okay. Councillor Foon.
This feels a little bit down the rank of what we're talking about and having, good conversation about today, but I just want to make sure that we all know that the stormwater issue is not clear between the relationship with Te Aki Wai and what Green Infrastructure Council can assist with or around our roading, and that a position for a stormwater person is vital to help this whole system of Three Waters work. And I understand there is a budget aside for that position, but I just want to have it noted and know here that we are still having our eye on that ball, because we've seen what happens when it doesn't work just over the last month. Thank you.
For clarity, I don't think so. There is a budget for that stormwater. And quickly, Jenny, could you confirm that?
So just to clarify, there is a budget for a water services relationship manager to oversee all of these things you're talking about that need to be addressed. And once you've made these decisions, we'll get that roll up and running. So it's a budget for someone to oversee all of this, including stormwater.
Thank you. And now we go back to the debate, and I will give the mayor a right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to take up too much time, but appreciate all the contributions that have been made. Again, I think it's pretty clear we all agree about what the future looks like for water services, but particularly the cost to Wellington residents of those water services. I kind of take the view that if it's not set in stone in terms of it's a statutory obligation or a statutory requirement, and the price setting is not, it's still up for determination and effectively negotiation. So I see that there is a sense in which the future is in our hands in that respect, unlike this decision we have to make, which I don't think is, because it is driven by a statutory obligation. I think the point about the Commerce Commission beefing up its powers beyond what they're consulting on at the moment, beefing them up so that they actually get to regulate price in the way they do for lines companies and the electricity networks, and also airports, where they have sophisticated approaches, but they determine what prices can be charged to customers. We will need the same thing for water because of how crucial water is. And as Councillor Tiefenbacher is justifiably expresses a fear of, pricing water out of the affordability or the reachability of residents, because that could never be allowed to happen. So it is important that we make those changes. I just have to say on process, I mean, I don't mind this process. One day I'll give an account of being part of an international labour organisation or negotiating a convention with 500 delegates over 6 weeks. This happens kind of every hour, kind of the processes we've been through. So there's a perverse sense of enjoyment about that. But let's get on. I think it is time to make the decision, and to never forget our moral duty to the people who put us here, which is to do the best by them, even in the most trying and difficult circumstances that we've got. And this new water services framework may well be one of them.
Thank you so much. Now I move the motion that been moved and seconded to vote. If you are in favour, please press yes. If not, press no. It's a red. Brilliant, and thank you to you all. And now we go to the next agenda item. So the South Wairarapa District Council, WWL share buyback and amalgamation. Am I inviting Margot again back? Yes. And a quick introduction followed by question. And the paper will be taken as read.
Okay, thank you. So this is paper number 2 of 3. So the share buyback. So I'm hoping you're aware that South Wairarapa District Council has taken a decision to enter into alternate water services arrangements for their community, and as a result, they will cease to be a shareholder of Wellington Water. To give effect to that decision, all shareholders in Wellington Water must give approval for the cancellation and the buyback of their shares. It's a legal requirement. So the recommended approach in the paper in front of you provides a streamlined approach to that buyback, and it reflects the commitment of all 6 councils to enter into other water delivery arrangements. So following the buyback, the remaining council shares will transfer to Te Aki Wai, and following this, Wellington Water and Te Aki Wai will amalgamate. So the decisions in front of you are largely procedural, and they do give effect to the decision in 2025 to establish Te Aki Wai and the decision you have just taken in terms of the regional water services implication. And just to be clear, there is no funding implication for this council in relation to the buyback. So I will leave it there, Chair, and take questions.
Councillor Compton, you have a question?
Thank you, Margot. I won't keep you for very long. So just confirming this is essentially just a paper exercise, dot the I, cross the T. Simple.
Yes, it is, yes.
Good. And with that, may I get the mover for the motion? Thank you, Margot. And I don't see anyone else asking questions, so I'll just go to the mover of the motion. Mayor Little.
I have nothing to add at this point.
Seconder of the motion, Councillor Compton. Any debate? Councillor Calvert.
We seem to be in a little bit of a history lesson here, but I know that South Wairarapa were very late to join Wellington Water. It was, I don't know how many years ago, but it wasn't that long ago. And I know there was a number around this table, including me, which were very reluctant to take them on board because of the additional costs on this council. And it seemed odd that we'd have one Wairarapa council joining Wellington Water. So actually, I think this is a good decision. And and as we said, there's no cost on this council.
Good history lesson, no financial lesson. So now we go to anyone else. Okay, right of reply. Now I move. Put the motion that been moved and seconded for a vote. The motion carried. Next, we move to item 2.3, submission on Commerce Commission, Te Aki Wai additional regulatory requirements. May I please invite Margot back? And Margot, the floor is yours. And the paper, I take the paper as read, and if you want to say a few words.
Thank you. Look, I don't think I will say any words. I'm aware there might be some conversation around this one, so I think we'll just leave the space for questions and conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions? Councillor Randall.
Yes, given that the previous motions outlined the Mayor's going to lobby for increased price controls as part of the Commerce Commission's oversight of Te Aki Wai. Is it possible for that to also be included as part of our submission?
Yes, absolutely. So with that final, that decision you've just made, yes, we will absolutely, and that will be able to be done under recommendation 3 with that delegation.
So is that more of the editorial thing, or is that going to be included now?
Sorry, Chair, yes. The intention was that we would be explicit about that, so effectively replicate the substance of the motion that we previously agreed to would also be incorporated into paragraph 3 of these recommendations.
May I ask the Democracy Service to put that amendment back in then? So, and we adjourn for 2 minutes. Okay, any question? Any other question to Marco? Nope. Thank you, Marco, again. Okay, now may I get the mover for the motion, Mayor Little?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so obviously supportive of the submission that has been drafted. It's I think because of the work that the Wellington City Council has done, supported by our neighbouring councils who are all co-owners of Te Aki Wai, that we persuaded the Commerce Commission to take a greater interest in water services. It was that work that prompted them to seek additional powers, hence this submission process. When you look at what the Commerce Commission has proposed and our submission, it's clear to me that what the Commerce Commission is seeking doesn't go far enough. I think we do need to seek that they actually have price regulation powers in the same way that we see in the electricity industry and in the airport sector, because of the importance of water services and them remaining affordable to consumers of water, which happens to be all of humanity. So I think this is an important change we should make. In addition to the submission, this needs to be accompanied by advocacy in other quarters as well, which obviously I can commit to.
Seconder of the motion, Councillor Tiefenbacher will second the motion. Do you want to speak or reserve your right? Any debate? Councillor Compton.
I'd just like to say I'm really pleased the Mayor has added this into the substantive to advocate for the Commerce Commission to have stronger oversight. It's been widely discussed today that pricing is such a critical aspect of this transfer. Our communities are loud about this, and we need to support them as best we can. And I don't want to drop the ball on this, because this is absolutely fundamentally critical. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Councillor Compton, actually, for bringing this to our attention as well. And that's why we need a diversity around this council. And your contribution is valued. Okay, right of reply? No, I'll put the motion for a vote now. Carried. Now we go to public excluded agenda item, which is number 3. Officers recommend that public is excluded from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting. I will move the motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Compton, as a deputy chair of the committee, so I'm just putting. Okay, is there any debate? Now, I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. You want to have a say? Okay, hang on. Yep, Councillor Compton.
Sorry, I just was curious, wanting to understand the procedural. So we go to public excluded. One, is that recorded and ever made available once the decisions are made later, and or does the decision eventually get released? I just wanted to understand the procedural part of that. Thank you.
Yep.
So we will be looking at whether we can make it public. We'll be giving consideration to that tomorrow for the paper and the minutes.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, now I put the motion for a vote. I declare the motion carried. Just give a minute for Democracy Service to switch off the line.
please, can we go and take that to the vote so we can go eat? Councillor Randall. Oh, second, excellent, thank you. Or at least not paying Budley Finley for the time. This is really critical business. Oh, this is council. Okay. They can correct it on the record. So, I know. Can we close the vote now? It's fine. We can take a verbal that Councillor Abdurrahman, do you want to just quickly in the microphone correct yours? And the Pōiwi have their votes have been taken. Vote this as a council vote.
Yes, for me.
Cool. We're calling that an adjournment.
resuming the council meeting, and in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, I'm reordering the agenda so that we can tend first to the Te Ake Wai decisions recommended by the City Strategy and Delivery Committee. And so the new order of items should be on your screen now. There it is. So we'll proceed on that basis. So start with the report of the City Strategy and Delivery Committee. And there we go. So we'll take the recommendations in relation to the Te Ake Wai transfer agreement first. Does anybody have any further questions following the exhaustive cross-examination of officers this morning? No, then if not, I'll ask for a mover of the motion, Councillor Abdulrahman, seconder. Councillor Al-Rubai, is there any debate on those recommendations? There being none, I shall put the motion and invite you now to press 1 for yes and 2 for no. That is carried, all right. We'll now consider the recommendations in relation to the South Wairarapa District Council and the share buyback and what have you. So are there any further questions for officers on that transaction? Nothing's emerged over lunchtime. We examined the stock market to see how the shares are doing. No. All right. Is there a mover for that motion? Councillor Abdulrahman, and seconded Councillor Young. Is there any debate? There being none, I'll put the motion. Those in favour, press 1. Those against, press 2. Declare that motion carried. All right. At this point, we now need to move back into public excluded to consider the last items in relation to Te Ake Wai and the shareholder support for Te Ake Wai. So officers recommend the public excluded for the reasons as laid out. I will move that motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Osborne. Is there any debate? There being no debate, I'll ask you to vote. 1 for yes and 2 for no. That is carried. So we'll now just wait a moment while we decouple the streaming system and we'll take the recommendations in relation to rates remission. We'll take those recommendations first. Are there any questions of officers on this issue? If there are none, Councillor Carwood, are you happy to move the motion?
Oh,
No, it's back.
Yep.
Mine is.
Yeah,
I
no,
can
it's
move it for you.
No, it's just come back on. Look, I just want to move this. I think it was a unanimous decision for rates remissions for the properties impacted by the severe weather event, and I recommend this to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Foon? Councillor Foon will second. Is there any further debate on the motion? If there's none, put the motion. Those in favour, press 1. Those against, press 2.
Awesome. Thanks.
That motion is carried. Thank you. We now move to the recommendations in relation to the quarterly 3 performance report, which we debated yesterday. Are there any questions for officers on that issue? If there aren't, Councillor Carwood, are you happy to move?
Yes, happy to move. There was no dissension in these votes.
Thank you. And do we have a seconder? Councillor Osborne, again. All right. Is there any debate on the resolution? If there's none, I invite you to vote. 1 to vote in favour, 2 against. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We now turn to next order of business 2.1, which is the Development Contributions Policy Report back on consultation and final version for approval. I invite Mr. Hodgetts and Mr. McCutcheon to present the report.
Kia ora, councillors. We're reporting back after consultation from a previous council decision. There's a couple of minor changes we've produced in this policy. It related specifically to that new granny flat legislation that was brought in and how we might collect development contributions from those granny flats when they're built. Also some minor amendments to the definitions of a kitchen, etc., and of course to prepare for the Te Aki Wai 1 July go live date as well from a DC point of view. So happy to take questions.
Are there any questions for officers? If there are none, yes. Oh, Councillor Compton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to understand, Liam, is my understanding that the changes to the Act were to enable essentially making it easier to put these types of premises on the right sites. Previously, we were getting, I guess, revenue from both a consent and a DC. And it's now looking like a DC will be the only thing we charge for, but it almost appears to be of a similar value. And I'm just wondering, was the intention of the legislation not just to make it easier, but also to make it cheaper? And we've almost negated that. I'm just trying to understand, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. The legislation was to address a couple of needs. One, alleviate the housing affordability matters, and just two, making these smaller dwellings much easier to be consented, in particular pre-consented by private building surveyors. The requirement we have to collect development contributions will only occur 2 years after we issue what they call a property information memorandum. So they have to lodge those details, that we won't have to take any sort of consent fee as such. So there's a savings for the developer or homeowner, but we will have to monitor that PIM and make sure after 2 years that the dwelling has actually been constructed and located where it said it should have been. Now, that's the point where we will be able to collect a development contribution in my mind. So it really is expediting these smaller dwellings to get delivered faster. They don't require a consent, but we will have to, of course, monitor and enforce matters relating to the location of the dwelling after 2 years, and that will include collecting a DC.
Essentially, there's almost, whilst I appreciate the expedition, because I think granny flats are a great way for families and communities to live, but essentially we're saying there's really no financial benefit in whole of life. It's just there's just a timing difference. Is that how I'm reading that?
Kia ora, Councillor. So in respect of development contributions, there is no difference. A standalone granny flat that might have one bedroom creates the same amount of demand on infrastructure for growth as a standalone primary house. So the development contributions policy approaches in the exact same, and the amendments to the LGA envisages that councils would collect development contributions for granny flats, recognising that impact. So they are effectively treated the same, but as Mr Hodgetts has pointed out, there's this expedited process to get them built.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for officers? If there are none, do we have a move for the motion? I will move it. Do we have a second, Councillor Al-Rubayi? I don't have anything further to add. Any debate on the motion? There being none, I will now put the motion. So all those in favour press 1, those against press 2. Thank you. That is carried. Turning now to item 2.2, the appointment of external members to the Audit and Risk Committee. Can I invite Ms Puata to address councillors on this report?
Kia ora. This report just asks the Council to agree to the appointment of the 2 independent members to the Audit and Risk Committee in accordance with the appointment group recommendations. So I'll take the report as read.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms Puata? Perhaps you could just advise us about just on the process that has got to the point of these recommendations to Council.
Sure. So in accordance with the agreement made by Council earlier this year, we sought support from Jackson Stone for the recruitment process, and the recruitment went through and was overseen by the appointments group. It was a very robust process, so the appointment group agreed the position description and criteria for the role. There were 32 applicants, 10 shortlisted, 7 went through a pre-screening interview, and then the appointments group interviewed 4. And the successful candidates, or the preferred appointees, are those noted in this paper. So Mr Paul O'Connell as the independent chair and Ms Rachel Dean as the independent member.
Thank you. Now, just before I open to questions, and indeed the same applies for debate, if any councillor wants to either ask questions of a personal nature that involves information not presently disclosed in these papers, or wants to make comments of a personal nature about these candidates that's not disclosed in these papers, we will have to move into public excluded in the interests of protecting their privacy and the council discharging its obligations under the Privacy Act. So I just make that caution. We'll hear the questions, and if I consider that it crosses that threshold, I will stop and we will move into public excluded. At least I'll move that we do. Councillor Flynn.
Yeah, it's a process question. So yeah, I just had a query, and I may have missed something. There were a lot of in the papers this week. Just in terms of public excluded, like normally we do go into public excluded for an appointment. Was there a different process for this?
So the
audit and risk,
the appointments themselves are public appointments. So following this decision, the appointments would be given effect to immediately, and we will put notice up on our website that the appointments have been made. The appointments group process is in camera, so is not a public process, and that's where a lot of the detailed examination goes on.
Thank you.
And as the chair has said, if this committee wanted to discuss in detail some of the rationale behind the appointments, there's the option to move into public excluded.
All right. Any other questions here? Councillor Abdul Rahman.
I support the new process, but just following up Councillor Phone's question, it used to be such a nature, always we used to do even appointment in public excluded. In the process, I understand that is public excluded still. And this one, is that something, is that only specific to the audit and risk, or in going forward, all the appointments, once they get into that final stage, will be coming through like this in a public?
I mean, the option is available to the committees or council. With these appointments particularly, they are independent appointments to a committee of the council, and they are public appointments, so we see no reason for the decision here to be publicly excluded. Although, as I say, and as the chair has said, if the council wished to discuss them in detail, we would recommend moving into public excluded.
So maybe the chair can help. Is that something the chair, we getting a direction in this way, or is a democracy service changing the way we do those appointments? I just want to understand the process where this is coming. I'm very supportive of it.
Yeah.
But I just want to understand.
To be honest, I'm not familiar enough with what happened before. I appreciate there is some merit to the point that at the time that an appointment is being made, in order for kind of free and frank exchange, including of undisclosed information, that it is worth considering whether it should be considered in public excluded. On the other hand, as Ms. Poata has said, these are public appointments and they're going to be subject to public scrutiny anyway. But I'm happy to be guided by councillors, perhaps after this meeting, about how we approach appointments like this in the future. Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, I think I can ask a question which would be helpful. I think that this is that we are following a different process for Audit and Risk Committee because it is a committee of the council, whereas, for example, a CCO committee, there would be less of a high level of public interest, and therefore for ease of the individuals involved and reflecting the nature of the appointment, then it is potentially more appropriate for it to be in public excluded.
Correct. These are specific appointments to a council committee, whereas the range of other appointments that the committees or council is responsible for really relate to CCOs or other boards. So these are different appointments.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on the matter? Councillor Randall.
Yes, I'm two questions. I'll put them together so you can ask them together. I just wondered whether the officers could comment on the calibre of the candidates that did put themselves forward, and whether or not they were, because it seemed like quite a number, but whether also there's some other. I know there were some candidates who obviously didn't get the position, but were officers in the recruiting firm, reasonably impressed that we had a good choice of potential appointees. And secondly, when will they start?
So on the first question, we were really pleased with the response. So the 32 is a large response. There are always some who are more fit for the role than others, but certainly we took to the appointments group that we felt appointments group would have some real choices. And I believe that the appointments group itself might have thought that the calibre of candidates that came before it was reasonably high. On the second question, which was when do they start? So these appointments would be effective immediately, and the Audit and Risk Committee is meeting next week, and both of these preferred appointees have signalled that they would be ready for that meeting.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Chung.
Do both of these candidates live in Wellington, or they live out of Wellington?
No, they both live out of Wellington. So one lives close by in Wairarapa, and the other one's based in Auckland.
Great, thank you. Can I ask a second question? Was there any weighting to looking at candidates who have actually worked for the Auditor General's office?
That's a question. So the particulars of the criteria were agreed by the appointments group, and they didn't go into detail on previous roles held. Nor would we have recommended that they should. The kind of criteria that we believe would be most helpful is technical competency and capability, relationship management kind of skill, so at that kind of level.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Calvert.
It's a bit of a patsy question, but in terms of this process, is officers provided support for the process, but the appointments group did the selection, did the assessment, worked through the ratings. So it was the appointments group made up of elected members that made the decision.
Correct, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other questions? Further questions on process? No, all right. I will... I will move the recommendations unless anybody wants to take them, each appointment separately. We'll take them together. Nobody's suggesting that. No, we'll take them together. Do I have a second? Councillor Calvert? Yep. Involved in the selection. All right. Just in terms of the process, certainly I was very pleased at the calibre of candidates that we considered, both in the early sort of screening stage, but also at the interview stage. Certainly the order of candidates I had just on paper before we went to the interview stage was a different order than the one I arrived at following interviews. So I think the position or the way I would describe it is that there were some candidates who were strong on paper and outstanding at interview, and I'm confident that we have two good potential appointees in these two candidates. Councillor Calvert, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'm also on the appointments panel, and I just want to say it was a very robust process. We also gave consideration to making sure we had a right fit between the chair and the other independent. So there was a balance of skills, not exactly the same. And also, given where this council is and the areas that we know we really want to target it from an audit and risk perspective, those two candidates had a good depth and breadth of skills to support us through this area.
Any other contributions to the debate? Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Yeah, just very quickly, again, also on the appointments panel, I'm really happy with where we landed. We had a really high calibre of candidates, and it felt a little bit like a jigsaw puzzle of knowing we needed a chair and an independent member, and where we came to, it really did feel like the puzzle has been fulfilled, and I'm just looking forward to Paul and Rachel coming on board and getting the work underway. But I'm very, very confident in the calibre of those candidates and that they're going to serve the council well in this position.
Any other contributions to the debate? All right, I have nothing further to add, so we will put the motion. So those in favour, press 1. Against, press 2. Right, that motion is carried. Thank you. We now turn to item 2.3, the update to the 2025 to 28 terms of reference and delegations. And I ask Ms. Puata to return to the stand.
Kia ora. So this paper does two things. It notes that there, or asks for authorisation for an update to be made to the terms of reference just to reflect the recent changes to the committee membership. And it also provides a suggestion to streamline the appointments process. The appointments process, as it usually stands, has 3 tiers to it. So it begins with the appointments group, then the appointments group makes recommendations to the CCO review and appointments subcommittee, who then in turn make recommendations to the City Strategy and Delivery Committee. We were asked for some advice on being able to streamline those arrangements, and our recommendation is that perhaps one of those tiers, which is not a decision-making tiers, could be removed.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Pōneke? If there are none, thank you. I'll move the motion. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Abdulrahman. I have nothing to add, but I'll now open it up for debate. Councillor Calvert.
I just wonder, given appointments are going to go straight to City Strategy and Delivery, should the CCO review have "and appointments" in the subcommittee title? I probably should have asked that question. I just clicked, sorry.
I think the intention is it's recommended that changes do be made. It's noted that there would be consequential amendments, so we can certainly come back to that for the renaming. Councillor Compton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I'm really grateful that this change has been enacted from officers and through the office. Thank you so much, because it made it. We had an awkward situation last week where some of us had to decline an appointment because of this very process and feeling like we had really no insight into the process. So I thoroughly support this, and yeah, thanks to the officers for making these changes.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other? Councillor Osborne.
I just wanted to very quickly say that I also support the changes to the appointments process. So far in the CCO's committee, it's seemed like an unnecessary step in the process. And everyone in that committee sits in the committee above, and I think that's a reasonable level of oversight. And I also just wanted to congratulate the wisdom of the Mayor on appointing my colleague, Councillor Matthews, to the chair of the committee. I think it was an excellent decision. Councillor Matthews.
Too kind, Councillor Osborne. I just want to also voice my support for that streamlined process. And much as I'm grateful to have this role, I do wonder when we consider the arrangements, Mayor Little. I have talked to the CCOs and they appreciate the time that they have. I do wonder about the necessity of having that be at a separate committee. And in the last term, it was seen by a committee of the whole. So there is a tension there, because sometimes committee business was so much that there wasn't the time to allocate to the CCOs. However, they were coming to see all councillors. So I sort of feel my own personal view would probably be on balance to send the CCOs to a committee of the whole, much as I hate to do myself out of a role just after I've got one.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, as a novice local government representative, I'm defer to greater wisdom than mine. So I'm happy to consider alternatives in due course. Any other points of debate? There's not. I have nothing further to add, so I will put the motion. Those in favour, press 1. Those against, press 2. That's carried. Thank you. Now turn to item 2.4, local authority election considerations, and I welcome Ms. Pōneke back to the stand to speak to the report.
Kia ora. So this paper just draws members' attention to the ability for the council to make 2 particular decisions in relation to elections. One is the voting system itself, so STV or FPP. Each triennia, the council is able to make a decision on whether it wishes to continue with the voting system or not. The reason we are asking you to turn your mind to that now is there is an obligation for us to publicly notify in September, and the date contained in the paper, that it is open to a poll for electors to ask for a different voting system. And we would want to include any council decision to change the voting system in their public notice. You currently, of course, have STV, and unless you make a positive decision today to change the voting system, STV will continue. The other decision that it asks you to turn your mind to is the order of names on the voting papers themselves. That's another question that is open to the council. The default position is if no decision is made, then the names are listed alphabetically. And the report also attaches the things that that members asked for at the last meeting. So you asked for some information on voter turnout, that's attached, and we've subsequently also been asked for some particular results, and those are attached too.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Brighter? You, Councillor Chung.
Just thinking about the process that we use, is there any importance or weighting given to getting feedback from voters? I mean, as in, like what would actually require a referendum, and is it worth the cost of having a referendum? And how do we actually ask voters, or do we actually do that?
So the process under the legislation offers the option for electors to ask for a poll. So 5% of electors can ask for that.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, it was great in the attached report just to see some of the information around what parts of the election both voters and non-voters were aware of. I was just wondering if in the course of engaging with those survey participants, whether there was any identification of what the barriers to participating and voting were for those people who chose not to vote.
So only insofar as is contained in the survey information that you have before you. More broadly, there is evidence to suggest that barriers to participation can include things like lack of information, so lack of good information on candidates, confusion about the voting itself or the electoral system, lack of sort of civic awareness, can be a big barrier to participation. So, those broader issues that are common as barriers, I would expect would be similar in the voting public here.
Can I ask one more? I just I wonder if it might be of interest for the team that conducts the survey to perhaps ask that question just in guiding the organisation and finding what are the localised barriers for people engaging in the elections and how we could better resource the particular things that might have removed some of those barriers. That would be interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Al-Rubai.
Thank you, Chair. Just to jump on Councillor Rogers' comments there, could it be possible to also take this to the advisory groups as they represent different cohorts across the city? So, for example, I know there are specific and unique barriers to ethnic communities around voting as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can certainly take that away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor McNaught.
Yeah, just in terms of, us gazetting that we would like to change the system or citizens going and doing a poll, I'm assuming the professional advice would be, given the amalgamation prospect is sitting over us, that might not be an appropriate use of resources at this time.
Yeah, correct. And you'll see our recommendation for this report is receive the information. So essentially, if that is agreed, then the defaults will continue on.
All right. Any other questions? We're happy with the default settings. All right. I will move the report. I have nothing to add. Do I have a second for it? Councillor Al-Rubai. Councillor Osborne.
Thanks, Mayor. I know it's been a long week, so forgive me, colleagues. I just want to have a slightly esoteric discussion about voter turnout. Look, in the report, the really good news in that report is that in the last two elections, we have increased voter turnout in Wellington. So I think the congratulations need to go to the staff that have helped do that. Probably a little bit of ourselves, whether we've rallied support or galvanised opposition. And Wellingtonians themselves for, engaging in the process more than they had done a few years back. But I think the fact is that still slightly more than half of the voters that in Wellington didn't take part in the election. And that, to me, is troubling and is not indicative of a very healthy democracy. When I looked at that voter turnout paper that was appended to this item, two things in particular stood out to me. One was the really low voting rates from young people, which I personally think is a great shame, because through really the simple logic of time, those people are the people that are going to be most affected by the decisions we take around the table today through the term. And the second thing that stuck out to me was the huge number of Wellingtonians who were not aware of the special voting hubs that we were provided. And I think that second factor is really directly related to the first in terms of that low turnout from young people. Postal ballots, like we have in local elections, are pretty fragile, right? Like, letters get lost, people move houses and they forget to update their details in time. And we probably all heard stories on the campaign of people who simply didn't get their ballot paper posted to them. And in that postal ballot system, what we have as a backstop is special voting. And it's really critical that we have that as a backstop, because it enables people to vote without those ballot papers. So it is critical that voters know about our special voting options and they are able to easily cast special votes if they need to. I personally believe that if we want to increase voter turnout, we need to make it easier for our residents to vote. And I'm of a view that making it easier to vote means making special voting easier. And because councils, we're responsible for funding our own elections, which, as an aside, I think we probably ought not to be, but that's a different question. We need to make sure that we are sufficiently funding those elections to make voting easier for our residents. So I had, as discussed with a few of you, I had hoped to move an amendment today that would have asked officers to look at ways to make special voting more accessible in the lead up to the LTP, so we have that funding appropriately set aside. But I was offered advice that maybe that was pushing the barriers around local government electoral laws. I probably, to be perfectly honest, in a less busy week where staff weren't also dealing with the annual plan and also weren't dealing with Te Aki Wai issues, I probably would have tested that advice a little bit more. But I took the choice not to. I thought that was not necessarily appropriate. But I do want to put it out that I think we ought to be making special voting more accessible, and perhaps in the near future I might look to move an amendment to a different paper to offer that direction. I just want to make a couple of other quick points around the things in the paper, which is one, I really do support retaining STV. I think STV simply means less wasted votes, or to put it another way, it means more voters have a say on the outcome of the election, and I think that's a good thing. And I also support, as someone whose last name starts with O, support the randomising names on the ballot paper, and I suspect maybe councillors Abdul Rahman and Rubai might not agree with me, but I'm sure councillors Tiffenbacher and Young are on my page. That was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Anybody else wish to... Yeah, sorry, Councillor Young ahead, and then Councillor Calvert.
So Councillor O has just taken the wind out of my sails, because I'm sure Councillor Al-Rubai would love to have it in alphabetical order. I spent my whole life at the end of the queue at school because I was the tallest and my surname was Young. Not a lot has changed. I briefly had a married name, but I got rid of that. So the other thing is, so absolutely random, yes please. And the other thing is, I do miss the social ritual of going to a polling booth. But maybe that time is gone.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, as we head into amalgamation talks, who knows what the next election is going to look like anyway, and we certainly know there won't be any probably Greater Wellington candidates in the booklet. And I have heard anecdotally that a lot of people, by the time they get to after half a dozen names after mayor and councillors for city, and then get to Greater Wellington, they throw it in the bin because they just don't know where to go. But I just wanted to mention about the turnout. Now, in terms of, I acknowledge that there's less people registered in the younger age group. but if you look at the turnout, it's actually quite high from the 18 to 21-year-olds, and then it drops down, and not until you get to the 51 to 56-year-olds is equivalent voting turnout. So I think whilst maybe not as many people are registered to vote, those who are in the younger brackets certainly do exercise their right. So I think there's something happening there, and that might indicate. But I think it's going to be it'll be interesting to see what it looks like in 2.5 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other contributions? Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Yeah, look, just really want to tautoko what Councillor Osborne has said around the right to special voting. I don't think I use the term "it breaks my heart" very often at council, but it certainly hits me somewhere when I see those photos on election day of people spilling out of our polling centres unable to vote because they hit that hard 12 p.m. kickoff and they've not had their ability to have their input into the democratic process. It's always frustrating to hear, and people that haven't had the chance to do the on-the-day enrolment and things like that. We want to just make voting as accessible as possible. And sure, people should be better organised, people should get in advance, but, we live busy lives, we all are, none of us are infallible. But the happiest things within this report are to see just such a big lift in my Takapū Northern Ward. Maybe that's because they had such fabulous councillors to vote for in the likes of Councillor Randall and Councillor Compton. But, to see the lifts that we had in our ward, 9.88% in the Glenside, Churton Park East SA statistical area, 8.55% in Granada North, 8.33% in Newlands East, and 7.61% in Newlands South. Just really encouraging stuff. So thankful to the people in my ward for engaging more with the democratic process. I think staff did do a really fantastic job of engaging people in Wellington. I also thank the government for their ill-fated Māori wards referendum for also really getting behind and giving a lot of voters a good reason to come out and tell them what they think about the government's attempts to override our local democratic choices. We certainly appreciate that more voters were well motivated because of those choices. So well done to the staff, well done to the Takapū Northern Ward, and well done to any Wellingtonian that managed to put an envelope in a box in October last year.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McNulty. I thought that when you denounced hubris this morning, you were also denouncing boasting, but
I didn't mention myself.
No. Any other contributions to the debate? I'll add three things. First of all, I know that getting access to the opportunity to vote is very important. As a former Minister of Justice, that was a priority for me, and measures that I was responsible for have since been repealed for national elections, but there's no reason why we can't sort of advocate for those for local body elections. In terms of the length of candidate lists at local government elections, I take credit as former Minister of Health for us not having to vote for district health boards again. And then the third point is if responding to Councillor Osborne's point about particularly addressing the randomised listing of candidates, it is possible to move an amendment to the recommendation here. There is one here drafted up. So, for example, an amendment could read, agree for Te Kaunihera or Pōneke Wellington City Council 2028 local elections for the names of candidates to be listed on the voting documents in random order. That would be a matter for members to take up. It would prompt further debate today.
Is that not already the default position? No.
So, Ms. White, do you want to speak?
I would like to move the words just proposed by the Mayor.
I'm sorry, just said Ms. Poiter, we should probably, for due process, allow an officer to speak to the suggestion.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the default position is alphabetical order. In order to have randomised order, it would need a positive decision from this council.
So it appears that we have a mover Councillor Rogers, seconded Councillor Matthews. So that's an amendment. Let's just do this as an amendment. So, Councillor Rogers, do you wish to speak? to your amendment?
Only to reiterate the points that Councillor Osborne made, that, and just for clarity, my intention would be for the complete random for each ballot paper as opposed to the draw where it's selected for all ballot papers. I believe there's 3 options, yeah. So for clarity, it's where every ballot paper has a randomised order to ensure that there is the least amount of bias in the selection of.
So for each list of ward candidates, it's randomised. For the mayoral candidates, it's randomised. For anybody else,
and every ballot paper has its own unique randomised order. So it's not that every ballot paper has the same order.
No, right, okay. Ms. Politer, is that?
Yes, so correct. I'm just coming over to clarify that the 3 options are alphabetical order, that's the default, pseudo random, which is where there is a draw and it requires public notification so public can come and watch the draw, and then the random order that is picked out is used on every paper, so same random order. And I think what Councillor Rogers is saying is that you would like completely random order, which means that every voting paper has its own random order. We'd certainly recommend, if you want random order, the 3rd option, because there's costs associated with that 2nd option.
Okay, that's like the optional answers in the stuff quiz, right? Randomised every time you do it, right? When you do it more than once. Councillor Matthews, do you want to speak?
Just very briefly, not the first time we've gone a bit random today.
Going random, going radical, I mean, the options are all there. Councillor Al-Rubayi.
I just realised that having a name that starts with A and then a last name with A is also a privilege. So I'm glad to have that privilege.
I did start the meeting asking for conflicts of interest, Councillor Al-Rubayi, but this recommendation wasn't there at the time. All right, is there any further debate on Councillor Rogers' amendment for randomised naming on ballot papers? If there isn't, does Councillor Rogers wish to speak further? Yes, but they... Right, so this is not a meeting to declare intentions. But I think there's technology that allows that to happen reasonably easy, Councillor Young. Yep. I think even AI might help. Right. No. Right, Councillor Matthews, you all good? Okay, let's put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment as adumbrated earlier, press 1. Those against, press 2. It's passed. All right. All right, we'll go back to the substantive motion recommendation. Is there any further debate on this? If there isn't, I'll put the substantive, no further debate. All those in favour, press 1. Those against, press 2. That is carried. Thank you. We'll go to, I've just lost my papers now. Go to the decision register. Take the report as read. Are there any questions on that? No. All right. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Al-Rubayi. Any debate on this? You got your hand up, Councillor Foon? Oh, okay. I might just drag out the discussion to see how long you can keep your hand up, but we won't do that. All right. Those in favour of the motions, press 1. Those against, press 2. Declare the motion carried. That brings us to the end of the meeting. Please join me in the karakia. Unuhi, 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 ki te uri tapu nui, kei wātia ki a māmā, ki ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te tara takatū, koia rā I rongo, whakairea ake ki runga, ki a wātia, ai rā ko wātia. Ka pai, kia